All right, I am here and I'm going to be continuing the first Descendant. So as for last stream, continuing from where we left off, we learned of the Biolab, and we're settling in to the fact that level 65 is a stopgap with the Pyromaniac. Let's get all of our research claimed. I call it a stopgap. What it is it's just a difficult part of the game where you can't just simply cruise through and level up beyond it and then just do it immediately, right? Yeah, so they have a module combination. I didn't check this system out before, but it costs gold and you can create one new module by combining 4. I don't think we have any duplicates right now, but I'm pretty sure you can combine 4 duplicates. Selecting modules to combine displays the icons of each module to combine and the amount of gold required to combine. The tier and socket type of modules to combine partially affect the combined module. That's what I was wondering. So yes, given the socket type and the tier, it will make the module that you get better or worse. So we would be able to combine these if we wanted to, which we don't. We don't want to do that. If we have duplicates, that is an option. But otherwise, I'm just going to be turning them into Kuiper shards, which I think is the primary thing that we're going to want to do. I am going to change my backpack because I've noticed everyone I come across is wearing the polar bear, the bear cub backpack at this point. Yeah, this is the trendsetter's head skin for Bunny that they gave to everyone. This is the default skin. We'll keep that. This backpack is kind of cool. It's got like a small green glow on it. It kind of looks like a mini coffin. I think it's materials. What is it actually called? Advanced material backpack. And you get that by doing challenges through awards. I think it was Descendant awards. Just double check that. No, the Descendant awards, you get sprays for each Descendant. Here. You research 10 things and you get the advanced material backpack. But yeah, so my plan for the stream today is going to be to roll on Biolab primarily to get, we're gonna So we're going to be looking for, once you hit Biolab, you're going to want level 63 plus, 63, 64, 5 weapon drops that have chill on them. Another thing that I need to consider doing is I need to get my cavalry gun. My cavalry gun. Did my game audio get louder? Yeah, I think my game audio got louder. I don't remember turning that up, but... Understand. Give me my V! There we go. Yeah, see, level 65 vestigial organ. This drop right here. That I'm gonna heart, because that's a 65 drop. But yes, so this Biolab, people are going to be running. Like, it is going to be the run location for quite some time. Like, I'm talking potentially weeks, if not throughout the entire season. Because there are multiple reasons to come here other than just Blair and just level 65 gear. But and I will be attempting Pyromaniac again. I think doing 1 or 2 Pyromaniac attempts is pretty reasonable. I like the way you slide down. This is kind of janky, but pretty funny. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're good. Oh, that was jank. Yeah, the sliding down the slopes is pretty janky. Yeah, these guys are speedrunning this right now. Like, I'm chilling. Yeah. No. I guaranteed at this point. So these objectives, damn, I don't know why my game audio is so loud. I did not turn it back up. No, I did. I know what I need to do. I mean, the balance is okay now. It is a little bit lower. The game audio balance is a little bit lower. Let me, hold on. Let me go here, output. Let me put that down 10%. You can do that. Okay, hold on. This. Because if I put this all the way down, yeah. Okay, so I'm putting it down through my headphones, and then I'm gonna turn it up in game. Yeah, that should be better. Just on stream, I'll have the game audio like more balanced, like louder with my voice. But As for in my headphones, I have it slightly quieter. Simply because when I stream and looking back on the live stream, having a good audio balance is much better. But while I'm playing and I'm thinking and I'm talking, having it super loud in my ears, I prefer it to be a little bit quieter. But yes, no doubt, this location, you're just gonna see like level 40 Descendants. These purple drops we absolutely need. We're gonna need to get our 65 is definitely feeling like that level where we want to use our phase exchangers on our ultimate weapons. Yeah, we got another 65 drop here. So it's becoming very, very clear to me that I'm going to want to use my 65 drops, my level 65 drops here to, damn, that melee ability is like, that is huge. So that is going to be the meta for sure for anyone who has not gotten to it yet. That we need to get away from. We are on second phase already. I am low. I should be able to... Yeah, there we go. Oh, dude, they were behind the, they were down the slope slightly. And I jumped. See, like, when they're behind the slope, you can barely see them. This boss fight is pretty crazy. And honestly, like, the traps on the ground kind of counter Bunny's speed of light. Ooh, auto reload. What is that? When changing weapons, auto reload stored weapon. Okay. That's not so great. Unless you have something that has like a really long reload time. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to use my phase exchangers, which we've been stacking for a moment like this. Because once you realize, like, oh yeah, Biolab is the highest thing I can do, and Pyromaniac is actually difficult. This is what you need to start doing. Yeah, I'll use the Nazastra. And the thing is, the cavalry gun and the Thunder Cage kind of clash because they use the same ammo type, right? General rounds. So if I'm going to use one of these, the thing is, against the Pyromaniac, the Thunder Cage is not what we want. Why? Because the Thunder Cage does electric damage and the Pyromaniac is strong against electric damage. And also, the Thunder Cage falls off at a lower range than the cavalry gun. So, I'm going to upgrade the cavalry gun to level 65 using some of the drops we found with weapon level transmission. Hello? Where are my 65 drop? Oh, because they don't let you... I hearted these because I didn't want to get rid of them. They don't let you use a weapon you have hearted as transmission material. But this is what we want, right? Now, yes, the DPS is 40,000, and you could say, oh, but this vestigial organ is 45,000. Trust me, the DPS stat is not the main thing you want to go up. So we're going to use the cavalry gun. And you may say, oh, but Bunny's ability only activates when she moves. Yes, that is true, and the cavalry gun does reduce our movement while we're using it. But when it comes to fighting the Pyromaniac, it's not going to matter. Because when it comes to fighting the Pyromaniac, our lightning emission, we need to keep a scout rifle equipped. So we can't actually swap this out. This is actually decent. Yeah, so the Nazastra's Devotion, this scout rifle's actually okay. Like, this is an actually okay weapon against the Pyromaniac. But yes, the Nazastra's Devotion, I think we're not gonna use a... That's not the storage box. Even though they look very similar. We're not going to be upgrading the Nazastra's Devotion because I don't want to use a phase exchanger on it. And currently the best reactor we have requires a scout rifle. And both the hand cannon and the scout rifle use the same ammo type. Yeah, I can't. So I'm just looking for chill and fusion, electric, and what we're using right now is going to be very difficult to top. Why? Because the electric skill power boost ratio, electric singular, and scout rifle. Scout rifle, which is actually a weapon type we probably want to use against the and I am going to use... So in hindsight, Viesa, our abilities were not doing nearly as much damage as we'd hoped, because Blizzard is a static ability and the Pyromaniac moves around. Our Blizzard did not get much damage off at all. See, MP recovery out of combat. We don't care about that. Just to get that out of the way. Put that in there. Pretty much, like, anything under level 64, I'm not going to be really looking at. Like, this thing is going to be extremely difficult to top at level 44. Yeah, raw firearm attack and... we want chill enhancement on this. Yes. And I'm also going to do one more thing. I'm going to re-roll. We're going to readjust the cavalry gun. Firearm attack is actually good. So you can't go wrong with firearm attack. We don't care about electric attack, though. As for weak point damage on Colossus, that's actually what we want. Because we got a yellow on something we don't care about, I'm gonna roll it one more time. But yeah, crit rate is great. That we like. Firearm attack, crit rate, order of truth. If we look at Biolab, Biolab is order of truth. So in that case, bonus firearm attack versus order of truth is actually good. And crit rate on a machine gun is actually good because we're firing a lot of rounds. And we have a base crit rate of 7.8%. Wait, what? Base stat 7% times weapon option 12.7. No, I think that's plus. That's not times. Yeah. Oh, no. It is modifying the 7% by 12.7%. So it only increases it by 0.8%, which is I don't know. I don't know about that. The base stat is 7 times so to put it in, I'm trying to word this properly as to why we're only getting 7.889%. It's because the 12.7% is, if you multiply 7 times 0.127, that is equal to 8.889. And then you add that to the 0.7. So yes, it is only adding 12.7% of 7 to the percent. So to put that into perspective, the reason why I'm checking this is because that's not great. That's not great. I was thinking it was a 12.7% flat buff to crit rate, which would have brought the crit rate up to 19.7%, but that is not the case. So to make that clear, if we're meta building, which we are, firearm critical hit rate is not nearly as good as it makes it seem. So for anyone watching who's wondering, oh, that yellow firearm critical hit rate, that's amazing. It's not. It's not. It's not actually 12.7%. You're like, oh, that's like a 1 in 10 chance to get a crit. 12.7. No, it's not. So just putting that into perspective, that severely degrades the quality of that attribute. The firearm attack is actually good. We're getting about 600 from that 9.3 per shot, which leads to better ammo conservation. Just raw damage does not matter about resistance or anything. Defense. It'll be affected by opponent's defense, but you won't have to worry about what type of enemy you're hitting. But yeah, that's disappointing. So as far as rolling the cavalry gun goes, I'm not going to roll it again. I think that as far as getting the firearm attack and the bonus firearm attack to Order of Truth, we are good, and I'm going to we're going to do Biolab again. Yeah. I can, let me see. I don't think I have enough Kuiper shards. I want to put more chill damage on the cavalry gun. Another 3.6%. And that's of firearm attack. So that's not a flat amount. But yeah, as far as meta building that, it's very, very important to understand how things like firearm critical hit rate actually affect the weapon. Yeah, this thing is actually pretty good. It's going to be hard to top this, but I still think that the cavalry gun is what I'm going to go for. The problem is they both use the same ammo type. That's the problem. And I am not going to, I may use a phase exchanger on a non-ultimate weapon. And you don't need to use, when you're phase exchanging a non-ultimate weapon, you don't need to use the precision phase exchanger. So if we find a really good weapon drop with cold damage and we want it to be level we want it to be level 65. Then we can do that with a regular phase exchanger. I think after this, I mean, we'll see. The thing is, we're hitting a point where if we don't, oh, there's a level 65. If we don't find some way to get a leg up on Pyromancer, that's fire attack, but I'll hold on to it. if we don't get a leg up on Pyromancer, then we're pretty stuck. Like, we're not getting higher than level 65 drops. So that's why I'm going to be attempting Pyromancer again. This thing has cold on it, right? Chill attack. And it has bonus firearm attack on Colossus. Yeah. I really don't like this thing, though. I really, really don't. The burst fire rifles are by far one of the most annoying weapons to use in the game. And I will detail exactly why. If you are burst firing and you don't time your click properly, then the gun just won't fire. There's no buffer. There's no click buffer, right? So in a lot of games, what they'll do is like they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh, you clicked a little bit too early. It'll wind up the next shot. So you're not sitting there with, you know, no damage. But in this game, there's no buffer. So you getting maximum fire rate from a burst weapon, what it requires, as you can imagine, is spam firing it over and over again. But we only have 3 this time. Yeah, I also chose the cavalry gun because the damage fall off is much less. So if you factor in the damage fall off, this thing is actually good. This scout rifle is actually decent. And it will be decent against the Pyromancer because of damage fall off. Now, the biggest problem with the impact rounds is that we run the risk of running out of ammo. And that thing uses a lot of ammo. That's why the Silly Weeper is fundamentally superior to the Sonic Co-op, in my opinion. I mean, it depends. It depends. I'd say fundamentally superior. In terms of ammo conservation, the Silly Weeper does more damage per shot, thereby conserving more ammo. So, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to try to do Pyromaniac again. The fact that I can land long-range hits with it like that is partially what makes it so good. Scout rifles may very well quickly become this Tamer is actually just flat out better. The only difference is that the cavalry gun does chill attack, which I don't actually care about right now. Our, I really think, if I'm being honest, depending on whether our lightning emission can even hit the Pyromaniac, I really think we're going to derive most of our damage from lightning emission. I don't think that any pistols actually drop. Yeah, that doesn't feel like it's doing more damage. Yeah, that's definitely not doing more damage. It says it does more damage per shot. Oh, it might be because we don't have any mods on it. But as for putting mods on it right now, there we go. I'm not stuck on the cavalry gun. Like, I was thinking I'd give the cavalry gun a try, given the fact that the thunder cage does electric damage. And also the thunder cage is very limited in terms of damage fall off. But firing this heavy machine gun is, we're gonna run out of ammo, is what's gonna happen. Do not touch those green orbs on the ground. So the fact that Bunny's lightning emission I need to find a white ammo drop on the ground. And here we go. I haven't seen a single one aside from that. The fact that Bunny's lightning emission hits those orbs in the air just makes it so much better. Oh shit, both of my teammates are down. The biggest damage dealer from this boss, hands down, is that ability that it just did, the thing where it fires the orbs, and the traps, those lime green traps on the ground, that ability, where it fires these like orbs point blank. Dude, doing this with 3 people, I should have just left. Next time, I'm just gonna leave, dude. Yeah, next time I'm just gonna leave. I'll give it one more try, and then I'm just gonna leave. I saw the level 29 Viesa, and, I mean, my character's only level 23, Bunny. But having 3 people is a detriment. There's nothing else to add to that. I lined that sentence up as though I was going to say, but playing with 3 people is a detriment. It makes the entire thing more difficult. If you start this mission and you don't have 4 people, I recommend leaving the mission and starting again. I really do. I want to use like something else other than that. Dude, I can't look away at all when I'm in this area. I don't know what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm getting frustrated that we're only playing with 2 people, and I didn't really think to get concerned about that. The fact that I've done this boss several times before, and I haven't lost to this boss. I've done this boss like 3 times with a group of 4 and with no issue. And now I'm with only 2 other people rather than 3 other people, and it's an issue. So that is why. That is why. The fact that I guess when I saw 2 people, I assumed I did mention it. But I assumed that someone else would join along the way, and that didn't happen. I was about to say, dude, if their slam ability knocked me into the bubbles, I was about to say. Yeah, and they keep going down is a part of the problem. That ability is one of their most dangerous abilities. Yeah, this person just keeps going down. They just cannot not go down, which is a part of the problem. But we're getting pretty close. Damn, zapped. All right, we got it. We got it. Through all the trials and tribulations, we got it. But yeah, that was a 15-minute, almost 16-minute mission. It should have been closer to 10. It's becoming very evident what drops here because of how many drops I've gotten. But for future reference, if we go into this with less than 3 other people, I'm going to just restart. I'm just going to leave and then restart. Because that extra like 4 minutes is worth doing a restart rather than stressing over only having 2 people or 3 people total. I think I'm going to use Agony again for the survivability. Given the fact that Technician is very difficult. This is where it comes down to what would I even get rid of then, right? We really, so just to go back to the core of the build, we really like maximize conservation. Because that reduces the cost of speed of light and lightning emission. The electricity cost of lightning emission and the MP cost of speed of light. So we really like maximize conservation. If I'm going to get rid of something, it's probably going to be electronic synctium for max MP and survivability. Thankfully, electronic synctium wasn't that difficult to get max level. We didn't invest too much Kuiper into this. But the critical hit resistance is meh. Now, if you're trying to max out your electric skill power, this might be decent. But otherwise, Agony, the raw max MP, is going to increase our ability to use speed of light, which is then going to increase our ability to keep lightning emission up, which, if we're doing a boss over and over again, it's going to make a difference. But I want to put more points into maximize conservation, because it's very obvious that if you have lightning emission up and running, you're doing considerably more damage. And yes, it lowers the skill power modifier, but that I am not concerned about. Again, the skill power, the damage that lightning emission is doing, I'm not concerned about. The damage it's doing is more damage than a lot of the other things we do. So that is the whole point that I'm focused on with regard to that. I am debating, I may very well re-roll that assault rifle because I really like using it. But while I'm here, let me make sure to actually do these. Yeah, the regular phase exchangers, the regular adjustment control axes, and ion accelerators. And I say that because this assault rifle that we have is actually good. This one. The Eternal Willpower is actually good. Now, is it worth it to get it another level higher? I'm not sure. Let's see it. If I use this, it costs 4 phase exchangers. How much does it cost to reroll the attributes? 1. It only takes 1 adjustment control. As for all of these, I only care about this. But even that, no, I think the bonus versus Order of Truth, I think we do care about. Yeah. Nice. We got toxic attack on it and weak point damage. Rounds per mag, I don't know if we care about, but I'm not going to spend 20 materials to just reroll that. We'll accept the one like mediocre one for the 3 good ones. Toxic attack, I'm actually okay with. And what we can do, well, at this point, I'm going to bump it to level 65. Why? Because I promise you, you are not going to find an eternal willpower at the Biolab. It's just not going to drop. So the only way to get it up is to use the phase exchangers. This is why every time I go to an ace, I research those materials. I don't care about fire rate or recoil. I want damage, and I want more damage. I do not care about crits. The crits in this game are fucking bullshit. We don't want fire enhancement. I don't care about fire rate at all. We already have poison priority. Max general rounds, yeah, but minus movement speed. Do not, on Bunny, do not ever take anything that reduces your movement speed. That is why, in hindsight, and I'll just poo-poo on myself, with Bunny, you do not want to use a machine gun. I'm going to show you why. Because, look at this. Movement speed 350. It gives every weapon... So the way the game works, it's very interesting. Every weapon has a base move speed attached to it. You always have a weapon equipped. Always. See how this is 500 versus 350? You always have a weapon equipped. And you do not want weapons like launchers or heavy machine guns. Because with Bunny, because Bunny relies on move speed to use a lot of her abilities. So the fact that we're picking up a whole bunch of launchers and machine guns at level 65 and we have to fight the Pyromaniac, it's pretty clear. You know what I mean? It's pretty clear. I'm only harding these because they're level 65. But we have a lot of level 65 stuff now. So I don't know if I care so much about the vestigial organ. What I'm really looking for is a really good scout rifle that has chill on it. But I'll settle for toxic. I don't like this detachment, but I still think it's worthwhile. And I think at this point, I will give the Pyromaniac another try. Yeah, again, I don't... Ooh, MP recovery modifier, 2000 defense. This actually gives us more defense. Hold on. Yes, this gives us 82 to max HP, 2009 defense, and 12.8% MP recovery modifier. And the ASUS search radius increase modifiers, I don't care about that at all. Yeah, that's junk at this point. This just got outclassed. Nice. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, we're gonna be trying the Pyromaniac again because I don't want to get stuck at Biolab for much longer. It's unfortunate because we got the Blair drop at Biolab like second try, third try. Blair stabilizer. And now I'm like, that mission is only useful because it gives the highest gear drops before you get to the next area. Otherwise, and we're also still leveling Bunny. I mean, but again, we have, you know, as far as Bunny being only level 23 right now, we have 74 mod capacity. Like, the energy activator on Bunny, this is why we need to use Bunny. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'll probably just go with that and that. And we need a 5. Rounds per mag, I'm not worried about. Crit hit damage, there you go. Fire rate, crit hit damage. We're going to be primarily using this thing. Maybe I'll switch over to the detachment a couple times. Wait, don't I have chill priority? Yeah. It's gonna make it reload slower, but it'll buff the chill attack that's already on it. I don't, why did we put points into fatal critical? I don't know. Accuracy is not a problem. And fire rate we don't want. Recoil is not a problem. Weak point damage we like. Crit damage we like. Crit rate we like. Firearm attack we like. We'll take that because that gives us more firearm attack. And then chill priority. I think chill priority. This gives us more max impact rounds, so we want that. Yeah, crit rate. I think I will take the chill over crit chance. There's a lot of crit chance stuff, and I'd rather just have raw firearm attack and chill attack. Sure, this gives a flat buff to crit rate and crit damage. There you go. Or not a flat buff, but yeah, and we want to avoid fire enhancement. All right, let's try Pyromaniac again. Given the fact that Pyromaniac is the content wall, we will push through. The main reason being, I've got my level 65 set up, and we already just got the Blair drop at Biolab. So, yes, Biolab is something that people are going to have to do over and over again. It's not a bad mission. It feels okay. But the fact that we got the Blair drop means that we just don't really need to do it anymore. We also, I'm pretty sure, got the best module drop from it as well. So I'll try Pyromaniac. I think I'll give it 2 tries, and if we don't get it, then I'll do Sharon runs. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to damage fall off. So we're constantly at range right now. And we're out of ammo with that then. I'm getting aggroed right now. My teammates ought to be doing something. I'm ticking fire damage. Yeah, at 6 minutes, 50 seconds, we still don't have their shield down. I think a lot of people are doing this mission coming into it like without like anything near the type of setup that they would actually need. But this boss is just genuinely difficult, is the thing. Getting their shield down definitely seems more difficult than getting their health bar down. I keep getting hit by the chains. I'm aggroed. I'm gonna switch over to this thing. It doesn't seem to be $6.99. Yeah, no, this thing is clacking, dude. This thing is clacking. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I mean, we have, it's gonna take more time. It's pretty much at the point where you need a group of 4 people who know what they're doing. We're gonna get them down to about, we're gonna get them down to about 30%, and then they're gonna end up surviving. Like, I'm just calling it, unfortunately. That's what's gonna happen. They set this boss up in a very particular way, so you'll spend time doing this boss. And rather than getting anything in return for your time, you get nothing. And if you're playing with randoms, and if you have 1 or 2 people who don't know what they're doing, I mean, I'm not gonna complain about it anymore. Like, we're experiencing, we're experiencing the game, that's it. But it is the case that, yeah, like, if you have teammates that don't really know what they're doing, including myself, I mean, I'm not complaining about my teammates. Like, I'm learning as well. This is the 3rd time we're attempting Pyromaniac, and we got them down to about 50%. We're gonna run out of time at about 30% again, and it's primarily because every time we've tried to do Pyromaniac, I mean, we're stuck, right? Like, so we're gonna do other stuff. We're gonna do other things. Like, I'm gonna accept this right now as the content wall in the game. Like, this thing is clacking, dude. I don't know what I can possibly do to do more damage. I need something that specifically does frost damage. Yeah, we're gonna run out of time. So the way it comes down to is I can't get out of this. Oh my. No way, dude. We're gonna get them down to like 20%. Yeah. Definitely a good lesson. Yeah. I had to get as much damage off as I possibly could at the last second. So we got them down to 10%. It's close, but every time that happens, that 10 minutes we just spent in game, nothing. No Kuiper shards, no XP, no drops, nothing. So if we attempt them again, we have to try something different. This I can't use. This detachment I just can't use it. I'm gonna get rid of it for something else. There, this does toxic attack. There you go. That gets junked. I mean, it just junked. This is general rounds. Doesn't do as much damage per shot. Doesn't do as much toxic. Junk. We're hitting the content wall. So Pyromaniac is confirmed at this point a major content wall. I've done Pyromaniac 3 times, failed each time, and have received nothing in return. The problem with this is that it runs out of ammo. But, so, when you're fighting a Colossus, you need something that has a longer damage fall off. Because the Colossus teleport around, and if they're far away, Bunny's AoE is not nearly far enough. You're not going to be able to rely on Descendant abilities when the Colossus is far away. You're going to need to rely on something like a scout rifle. Yeah, I haven't really upgraded. See, high power rounds are like an afterthought in my mind. Maybe that's a mistake, but every time I use them, I just immediately run out of ammo. So as for switching it up and not getting frustrated, we went into that Pyromaniac knowing damn well that our Bunny is not max level either. And thankfully it only takes 10 minutes. If it took like 20 minutes and then we got down to like 10% HP, that would be I would legitimately complain about that. But it's clear the Pyromaniac is the content wall. So what we can do instead is we can run Seed Vault, try to get Sharon drops, 20% drop chance. it's something we're accepting. Now, I'm gonna just flat out say it. People who are playing in groups, people who are coordinating, are gonna be able to get through that a lot. And I've been hinting at it the whole time. Like, even in these special operation missions, there are elements such as, like, if multiple people are standing in a defense zone, it actually goes up faster. Coordination, benefits to coordination. So you're at a advantage if you're playing with other people. It's fine. Like, again, I'm gonna be brutally honest, like, and when it comes to the Pyromaniac, it doesn't feel good, obviously, to do the Pyromaniac 3 times, losing each time, knowing that I spent 30 minutes doing the Pyromaniac without any type of progression gain. That doesn't feel good, right? Obviously that doesn't feel good. But what I'm gonna say, and why I said I'm gonna be brutally honest, is because that is what the developers specifically decided to do, right? And it's important to recognize that. It's very important to recognize that. Because it's designed to not feel good. And I hate to sound so, like, almost conspiratorial, but Pyromaniac is absolutely a content wall in this game that is gonna start making players think about whether they want to pay money to progress. So it's just an element of the game, right? Like, I'm not judging myself based on my capability of being able to do Pyromaniac, right? Like, you play the game longer, you level up, you get more drops, you get more chances at better loot, your character gets stronger. I can do Gravewalker solo probably in less than 2 minutes at this point. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's just important to recognize that, because if you don't, you might start thinking like, oh, if I pay more money and I buy energy activators, or I buy this character, they might be better. You know, it's important to take note of that kind of stuff. Now, I'm doing this Seed Vault mission with the dialogue off, killing, experiencing the gameplay, enjoying my time in the game. I had a chance to get a Sharon drop so we can unlock Sharon and play as Sharon to experience some more content in the game, right? Like, do I really, really want to play Sharon? Not really. Kinda. It would be cool to play Sharon. Sharon has, like, a really cool camouflage ability. She's very, like, solo target focused. Different play style compared to Bunny. But I'm not gonna, like, get frustrated that I didn't get the drop yet. You know what I mean? And having streamed this game for over 35 hours at this point, I can confidently say that I don't mind this about the game. It's something that I accepted early on. And if anything, it's actually appreciated that the developers kind of hint to you all along the way that, yes, this is kind of what it's going to become, right? Like, they're not you can't roll while you're doing that ability. Your movement speed just gets Yeah, we got the amorphous material. So the amorphous material that drops here, which is the common drop, is what you would then use to roll on SMA if you want to unlock SMA. And I'll flat out say it, like, maybe there are a couple extremely lucky people who have... Ooh. I might actually... So, a core element of the game are the phase exchangers. I need to start looking for weapons that have chill attack drop attribute on them. That red wolf that just dropped... See, like, these weapons, this has 4 ultimate rolls on it. Now, as for re-rolling attributes, that is something I'm not going to get deep into. But what I will strongly consider is taking something like this with the chill attack and upgrading it. Right? Like, I can take that, hold on to it, and then use a phase exchanger to make it better. To make it higher level. Let's see what that actually looks like. I think it is faster to go down those stairs to get here. It's about the same to jump over the banister or go down the stairs. That's not what I wanted. Where's the, Well, here's another problem. We need to be using a scout rifle for our... reactor. Yeah, we need to remember, and scout rifle is good. We want, this scout rifle is actually okay. We're going to be using this. This thing clacks, like, and its damage fall off is really far, like, it's good. Now, the silly weeper is probably what we should try and find. Which drops in Vespers, I know. So this is the thing so what Pyromaniac is doing is it's making me realize that the weapon level drops, now that we have the level drop cap of 65, we can then go and find any other lower level weapon and then bring it up to 65. With weapon transmission. So if I see this, it has 4 ultimate rolls on it, and I transmit it with this young noble's ambition, that brings it up to 37, 166. The problem and the reason why I'm not going to do this, I'll hold on to this. I'm not going to do this yet, but I'm going to hold on to this because 4 ultimate rolls is actually rare. But just to show that, yes, that is something we could do. That's an example of something we want to be careful about holding on to. Similar to our ultimate weapons. I I don't think we're actually going to want to hold on to any of these, right? They need to consider condensing this card, because you shouldn't have to scroll down to see the bottom. Yeah, see, that's like dimension skill, electric skill. Like, these don't have good rolls on them. Yeah, we definitely don't need that. Like, yes, their ultimate quality. Non-attribute. Oh, but see, this has non-attribute skill power boost ratio and skill duration up. So if we use a non-attribute Descendant like Ajax or Kyle, this would actually be decent, given the fact that the roll on it, non-attribute and dimension as well. If we look at Ajax is tech, but their orbit barrier is dimension. So this module would actually be good on Ajax. Like, this is actually a good Ajax module. I wish that I could, like, write a note on it. That's getting a little bit too far, though, I think. Yeah, this is a good shield build memory module. But that's the kind of system, and these are the systems in the game, right? Like, you're constantly looking out for lower level stuff, and honestly, that makes it feel even better. Doing Seed Vault for Sharon is how we found that immediate execution hand cannon. Yeah, these I'm gonna hold on to because they're level 65, but the rest can go. Like, maybe we missed something decent, maybe. As for the cavalry gun, it was a good experiment, but given the fact that we move extremely slowly, that is something that I learned and will take note of moving forward. You don't want to use a machine gun with Bunny. You just don't. You just don't. Like, the move speed, base move speed is 400, whereas with a hand cannon, your base move speed is 600. That's significantly different. That's 50% faster. You move 50% faster when you're holding a hand cannon versus a machine gun. That makes, as far as I'm concerned, that makes machine guns pretty much non-viable. And then as for general rounds, 500 versus 350 with this one. So the tamer, you need to factor that in, right? You can't just go off of DPS. Like, oh, it does more DPS. Yeah, but you move extremely slowly, though. Should I hold on to this? Yeah, and the firearm critical rate, we have deemed is not worth it. Yeah, for Viesa, we need to be on the lookout for chill and diffusion. This is chill and diffusion. Isn't... Hold on. Yeah, Freyna is toxic tech, so we can hold on to this as well. Skill duration up as well, but then it gives the electric skill power boost. Nah. Yeah, I'll hold on to this for VSA. And, I mean, really, we should consider using VSA against the Pyromaniac. So, as far as the Seed Vault goes, there are other drops we can get in the Seed Vault, like that hand cannon with the 4 ultimate rolls. But this is, we're settling in now. Right? We're getting nice and cozy. Like, I'm just gonna put it that way. So we tried the Pyromaniac 3 times. Yes, we could really, like, keep trying it and hope we get teammates who carry us and all that. I'm not gonna do that. It doesn't feel good. I'd rather go back and forth between the Seed Vault, the Asylum, yeah. Damn, her lightning emission just lasts so long. I'd rather have skill duration versus cooldown reduction, because then we use less lightning and less MP, and we have more time to get it back up. I think that it spawns up there, yeah. That guy's name is Gargantuan Balls. Nice. How do I get through here again? Oh, I missed it. No! I missed it twice, man. We go up there, go up here. We need to just run through these guys as quickly as possible. See how our MP just isn't freaking regenning? There we go. See, you get through that, and then you're good. And now it begins this phase. And then everyone else gets spawned here. See? The second it says that, the second it says, what is that? Oh, that's Enzo, that's one of Enzo's abilities. We all get a freaking turret. That's one of Enzo's support abilities. Sick. I like that. Killing the enemies here the second they spawn isn't as necessary as staying inside of the zone. I don't know if I don't know if this one in particular does it, but I know that the one at Biolab goes faster if you all stand inside of it. I assume if that is actually the case, and I'm not just making it up, then people will start standing in the zone more. It definitely seems like the case at Biolab in those like really small circles. But yeah, as for between Seed Vault and the Asylum, Seed Vault takes roughly 7 minutes. The Asylum takes roughly 9 minutes, depending. But we're gonna need to keep an eye out for decent drops that we can transmit to level 65. Because as we have mentioned before, that is a massive it's a stopgap. I don't know what other term to use. So it's in essence where you reach a certain level. It seems arbitrary at the beginning, but then it starts meaning something very, very important due to the progression of the game. In this case, level 65 has significance because it is the level that you can, the highest level you can possibly get on weapon drops before you need to do Pyromaniac, right? That is significant. And then once you beat Pyromaniac, you progress the main quest, you go to the next area, and you start getting higher level drops. That's fine and dandy. That's great. But you need to beat Pyromaniac. So, that's the significance. And that's fine. Like, again, I joked earlier, like, we're getting nice and cozy at level 65. This is where we use our ultimate just to get massive damage off. Bam! We're using the cavalry gun. Yeah, we got Amorphous again. So this is where we're picking up the Eternal Willpower. So, looking for an Eternal Willpower that does bonus damage versus Colossus. And... oh, this is actually not bad. That's actually not bad. The Chill Attack, bonus Firearm Attack, and versus Colossus. And that's a flat bonus attack to Colossus. That's actually good. I may actually use transmission on that. That's pretty much the goal now. We're trying to find something that does cold damage, chill damage. We're trying to find something that does bonus damage to Colossus and also just doesn't have jank rolls. But that is actually decent, this thing. Yeah, we already have a good Eternal willpower. If we find a better one, then we'll transmit a better one. But yeah, the rest are pretty junk. We know what we're looking for now. Crit rate is a junk roll. It's really unfortunate. Crit rate on a sniper rifle is especially a junk roll. This is actually decent. Now, the chill attack is blue, but we can work with that. The bonus firearm attack versus Colossus is really what we're looking for. And if we compare these two things, see, that toxic attack... Yeah, but the raw firearm attack... Let's see. So this Sonic Co-op we're using currently does 9403 damage per shot with 42,000 DPS. Right? Yeah, so the fact that you can't really get behind Descendant easier, I think still makes it faster to go down the balcony. So let me transmit this. Hold on, I need to... Wait, can I unregister it here? No. I need to not have these hearted. I can see that they're level 65. Just seeing the level 65 means that I'm not gonna smelt them, because we're gonna use these to transmit other good drops that we find. So this does 39,000 DPS, 10,000 firearm attack. I don't know if that's actually factoring in the firearm attack. We're gonna have to actually think about this, because, and I don't like this. I'm gonna flat out say this about this game. I should not have to think about, so 9400, 42,000 DPS. 9400, this does more firearm attack per shot, even though it says the DPS is lower. The DPS metric in this game is bugging. Let me transmit this up, and we'll check that. So yes, the DPS is still lower. For some reason, all of the attributes are gray now. What? They were not gray before, and those are not gray rolls. Wait. Yes. No. See, it says chill attack. I was about to say, like, is it not actually giving us that firearm attack? But no, obviously it is, because the level 65 one is 9671. The level 64 one is 9400, right? And then when I go to details, it says right here. Yeah. Wait, why does this say 9671 and then this says 10,367? Oh, because the firearm attack doesn't display the benefit of the attribute, the 7.2%. You have to go to weapon spec. So there's a bug that's making all of these gray. They're not gray. For a second, I was thinking, oh shit, if you transmit a weapon, right? If you use weapon level transmission, it strips the attributes, but that's not actually the case. For some reason, the attributes turn gray. I don't care. You can make the attributes gray. That's a bug in the game. So I transmitted this, that firearm attack, and the firearm attack versus Colossus is actually good. It shows as gray. This is now junk. Yeah, the DPS metric is bugged out as well. Yeah, the DPS metric is bugged out. But yeah, if I go to details, it says right here, chill attack 500, bonus fire attack. So these are the actual stats. Yeah. That's what I wanted to achieve. But yeah, we probably should be using the Silly Weeper rather than the Sonic Co-op, because the Sonic Co-op we run out of ammo with. I'll put 1 point into chill enhancement while I'm here for the impact rounds. Let's dismantle our duplicates. Thankfully, when we run Seed Vault and the Asylum and Biolab, we do get modules, which we can then break down for Kuiper shards. So as far as rolling for a Sharon drop goes, we do get other things that progress our capabilities, our fundamental capabilities in the game. Now, as for attempting Pyromaniac, I tried him 3 times. I'm going to say I don't recommend it. If you try Pyromaniac like 2 or 3 times and you don't get them, I do not recommend continuing to try them. Because you don't get anything for your time. Nothing. I will be trying Pyromaniac 1 more time this stream, because it's a 10-minute investment. I will be trying Pyromaniac 1 more time this stream, but what I'm going to be doing for pretty much the rest of the stream is, now that we're finding actually decent drops in the Asylum and Seed Vault. See, this one gives Young Noble's Ambitions. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, see, you also get Electric Conductor here, which I don't think we found for special rounds. Let me check. No, we don't have it. So as for... There are multiple things that we haven't gotten from these yet. But I'm going to jump back and forth from Seed Vault to the Asylum. The Electric Conductor module is actually good. Snowflake Conductor would also be good for VSA. I mean, it's very clear that Snowflake Conductor and Electric Conductor are for VSA and for Bunny. Like, as far as the crossover goes, and as far as like building a character for, like, building Bunny to do Toxic You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there is any reason why you would want to do that. Now, maybe later on, if they add some more like flavor to the builds, maybe you might want to do that in the future. As for this first area, we primarily just want to run through, get to this point, and then we're good. Once you get to this point, then these spawn and you're good. The guys in the tunnel, you don't actually need to kill. You need to trigger these spawns, and then it progresses the mission. Having someone go ahead to do this actually increases the time, increases the speed at which you can complete this. Because that's what triggers the next event. And then you get here. And then the second enemies start spawning here, then you're on to the next section, right? It shaves off a little bit of time. But ultimately, Seed Vault takes somewhere between 6 minutes and 50 seconds to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, give or take 40 seconds due to boss time and whether you cut that corner. Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. We had to, like, wait for those to spawn. Wait, what? Oh, there's a thing you need to interact with over there. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, this area you can't run through. So these enemies need to go down to progress this area. But yeah, Seed Vault is a bread and butter grind zone. I really should just transmit my Thunder Cage. Thunder Cage is by far the best grind weapon. By far. Because it creates an AoE sphere of damage whenever you kill an enemy. The more I think about it, well, the problem is Thunder Cage is not going to be worthwhile to fight Pyromaniac. What I need to find is, well, at this point it's tough because I need the scout rifle. If I find another reactor, what I really need is a pistol. General rounds pistol. Luckily one drops in this mission to maximize our movement speed. You always have a weapon equipped in this game. So you can't like put your weapons away and then move faster with your weapons unequipped. The best you can get is a pistol. And there is one weapon in the game that has the highest move speed attached to it. I think it's the Burning Hand. And I say attached to it because, yeah, the base move speed of a weapon is effectively an attribute, which is core to that weapon type. It is not so much that, so to put it into perspective as to why I'm phrasing it like that, mechanically, it's not so much that you have a weapon and then you have a base move speed and then you have a weapon. It's more so that every weapon gives you your base move speed. That's what I'm trying to say. I rolled into the other one. Once they get their final stage, then we'll zap these guys. And the second they're no longer invulnerable, I'm going to use my... And we just missed it. Okay. And it goes on cooldown if you get knocked down. So... yeah, we messed that up. Snowflake conductor. Yeah, we just got the ultimate module drop, which is still not what we're looking for. Yeah, the red wolf is what I'm thinking about. But yeah, unfortunately, you can't bring reactors up. But the snowflake conductor is a very good module on VSO. When attacking enemies inflicted with frostbite, firearm attack plus 8%. Frostbite being, yeah, the hungry hound, not the burning hound. We'll check that in a second. So as far as base move speed goes, I believe it's going to be one of the pistols that's going to provide us with the best. The best move speed. This is actually amazing. Superheated gun barrel. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't want fire rate. I want damage. Just raw damage. I'm going to immediately put points into this. Yeah. Superheated gun barrel is actually good. Let me check the base move speed of this. 610. 650. So, yes. The Red Wolf has one of the highest move speed bonuses. So we need to be on the lookout for Red Wolf because of this. And look, move speed while firing. Like, this is going to be very good on Bunny. To explain why, move speed directly translates into Bunny's electricity rabbit foot. The way that they generate electricity is by acquisition cycle per 1 meter. So the faster you move every 1 meter, the more electricity you get, right? Acquire max electricity times 0.2%, right? And that is what lightning emission uses. But more importantly, that's going to increase our sprint speed, which at base is going to be based off of our move speed, right? So we really should just start using this. It's all kind of like coming together in my mind as to where we're going to be going with this build. But yes, for the time being, I am going to put points into I'm going to put points into overheated gun barrel. Dismantle our excess modules and immediately put points into superheated gun barrel. As many as I can possibly get. Beautiful. So we get 39.9% additional firearm attack. And we get minus 12.3 fire rate. So the minus 12.3 fire rate, okay, we're going to be doing less damage per second, sure, because of the minus fire rate. Overall, this is going to give us more DPS overall. But it's an added bonus because we're going to just be even more ammo efficient. So yes, we are going to be using that. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Definitely settling in to level 65 um until we get a little bit more of a refined build that does more chill damage and is gonna work better against Pyromaniac. As far as the reactors go, because there's no way to transmit reactors, these are all just not even worth looking at, given the fact that they're just a waste of time to look at. Weapons, on the other hand, are a different story. Now, a red wolf like this one doesn't have good rolls, but if we simply use it as a mechanism to move faster, this has 600, 650. So the immediate execution also has high move speed, but the red wolf is the highest that I've found thus far. 650. The hungry hound is at 610. We're not gonna junk those. Everything else, I mean, I'm not even gonna bother looking at the red eyes. Kind of peeking through them to see if there's like a quadruple ultimate roll is the most that I'm gonna do on those, like this one. But we found another immediate execution that's just very, very good. Yeah, we got daily consistency something. Yeah, I think those were the dailies. Using impact rounds. Sure, we can just use our impact rounds. Did we upgrade the battle pass? Did we level it up? I think so. Phase exchanger, weapon proficiency, XP gain. Sure. Great. Cool. As far as the game goes in terms of progression, it is 100 and maybe even 110% pay to progress. Like, the more money you put into the game, the faster you'll progress through the content. They give it all to you. As they will take your money if you want to get to level 100 as fast as possible. Which I am not going to be doing. I left it off with, I got the battle pass because I wanted to put my $10 in with regard to my opinion of the game, and it's a nice grind goal, right? You get 300 caliber back if you spend an ungodly amount of time doing the dailies and the season challenges, and you get the complete verification Sigvor's proof ultimate weapon skin. Knowing Nexon, they're just going to give this to every player at the beginning of next season. That's a little bit of shade at them giving everyone the beta rewards. So don't think like, oh, I got the complete verification, nobody else is going to get it. They may very well just add it to the shop next season, for all I know. Regardless, that's not going to stop me from grinding for it. I don't care. I don't care about exclusivity. Let's go and do either Seed Vault or the Asylum. Now, as for the Red Wolf, I am going to be just keeping that weapon out pretty much the whole time, because as far as I'm concerned, move speed is the god metric. And honestly, we should be checking we should be checking these other missions. Seed Vault drops some good stuff. Yeah, see, electric conductor. We already have Sharon stabilizer though. That's the one piece that we do have. Yeah, we need enhanced cells, spiral catalyst code. There is another mission. I'm looking at Seed Vault, the Asylum, but there was another mission. Here, Sharon code. We could do Caligo Ossuary. Let's do this, right? Switch it up. And just to triple confirm, we do need the Sharon code. Yes. Given the amount of times that we're probably going to need to do this, and the immediate execution drops here, the only thing is the reactor we're using is reliant on our scout rifle, which is using impact rounds, so we don't want to use two weapons that use impact rounds. But yeah, like if you look at Bunny's move speed, when I have this out, it drops noticeably. So having the Red Wolf in hand while using Speed of Light is probably some of the fastest move speed you can possibly achieve in the game. Yeah, this is a different mission. I've only done this like once or twice. Zapping these shield guys and not even needing to worry about their shields is beautiful. But yes, this pistol is very weak. I'm primarily using it to buff our move speed. I'm viewing the pistol as a bonus to our move speed right now. Because we derive a lot of damage from Speed of Light. And I can already tell while I'm holding this, sure, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's allowing our lightning emission to continue doing damage. And although it shows a ring around Bunny, it's more of like an orb. Like, I'm starting to notice that. Where are the next spawns? Over there? Interesting. It's more of like an orb centered around our character. And by that I mean up and down, right? Like, you can hit enemies that are below you and above you if they're within that range. Even though it displays as a ring around your character, you can imagine if it was an orb, it would be very distracting. But I do notice that it hits enemies even when we are above or below them. I think this is the boss zone, yeah? It's weird. The first shot sounds like that. Then when I hold it down, it sounds different. Interesting. I like this mission. I like the change up in the structure of the missions, right? I love that I can keep moving at speed while I'm firing this thing. Sigvor the Blast Hunter. You know, we could go and grind Ederlich. We really could. That's just like a nuke of damage. Oh, that is the poison that they put down. That hurts a lot. It's like a massive nuke of damage. Get zapped on. We've got to actually... I need blue drops. Give me the blue drops. Give me the blue drops. Sigvor is actually strong. Let's zap the... We'll zap the orbs. That may not have been the correct decision. Dude, I need the blue drops. Give me the blue drops. There we go. Yeah, Sigvor actually counters Bunny because I have nowhere to run. Like, I just can't go through there. No, it wasn't worth it. Maybe it was worth it? Get zapped. Give me the drops. GG. Oh, we got the Sharon code. We got the fucking Sharon code. Thank you, RNG. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is beautiful. So we have 2 more pieces of Sharon. Unfortunately, I actually enjoyed this mission more than Seed Vault. But that's that. Thankfully, we don't need to do this anymore because this amorphous material drops VSA. We already have VSA. So, thankfully, we don't need to do this anymore. I want to check the albinism to see what move speed we get from it. We seem to be doing pretty decently in that fight. We're not going to need to fight Sigvor again unless we want one of those modules or we want that amorphous material for something other than VSA. What's the move speed with this? 530. 525. The highest I found is Red Wolf still. Yeah. 650. And I'm focused on move speed because move speed directly translates into damage. Yeah, we're good on all that. This thing is pretty crazy. It's like full-blown nuke damage. Like, you can't move at all when you have it up and running. It fires 4 rounds, and then the reload time is insanely long. 4.2. It's a nuke. You break it out, you fire it once, and then you start running around again. Yeah, again, when it comes to the reactors, they're just instantly junk. I don't even care to look at them because you can't transmit them. Anything else I want in terms of damage? That kind of works. There, max general rounds, sure. Yeah, as far as high-powered rounds go, like, that's going to come down the line. When it comes to using Bunny in particular, everything high-powered, like the sniper rifles, the launchers, they are not compatible. Like, I'm just going to flat out say that. And yes, we got another piece of Sharon, which I imagine is now showing as found. 1 of 1, so we can turn tracking off. Oh, they lock another tracking slot behind mastery rank 15. I have no idea why they do that other than like, oh, here's a thing you get for progression. Sure, cool. It's convenience. It's convenience. It's another benefit of just playing the game. We need to do Dead Bride one more, and then we get a freaking gold paint. Like, this is what I'm talking about in terms of the paints. Like, do not get salty about the paint in the game. They listened to the community and they turned it away from a dice roll mechanism back to where you can just buy it. Again, people will complain about monetization in free-to-play games however they'd like. The monetization in this game, in my opinion, is completely fine. Just enjoy the gameplay. You don't need the battle pass. You don't need to buy any of the cosmetics. You don't need anything. If you're going to complain about the monetization, get 30 hours in this game for completely free. Play something else. Like, I have nothing else to say to that. Now, everyone wants their voice heard. I get it. So, sure, people are leaving negative reviews after getting 30 hours in this game for free without putting any money into the game. Let them do that. That's fine. That's why the Steam reviews for this game are mixed right now, and I just do not care at all. I'm just going to continue playing this game as if it doesn't mean anything, which it really doesn't. It really doesn't mean anything. If anything, the way Steam reviews actually work makes me take Steam reviews not seriously at all in any regard. Because when it comes to a free-to-play game, anyone can click the game, download the game, play for 5 minutes, and then leave a negative review. So there you go. That's my take on that. If anyone's like, oh, the reviews are mixed on Steam. That's my take. We're in our beautiful year of 2024. There are many games you can go and play. You don't need to concern yourself with playing this game if you don't want to. I swear, like, if you read some of the negative reviews, I actually read them because they're pretty funny. It almost makes you think that these people are being somehow forced into playing the game. Like, I swear, like, it's just this weird entitlement vibe. I just don't get it. Like, nobody's forcing anyone to play this game, but if you read some of the reviews, some of the stuff that people write is actually pretty funny. The top negative review on Steam when I went to go and check the reviews like 2 days ago was someone complaining about how you can't paint default cosmetics. And it's like, is that really like, so you're not going to mention any of the gameplay, you're not going to mention any of the progression, any of the enemy variability, the map design, anything like that. You're just going to go straight for the paints. Like, it made me actually laugh out loud. Regardless, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to play the game anyway. There are valid criticisms of this game. Like, this game lacks polish, for real. And the devs have quite a bit of work to do. They're just using Sigvors. That's pretty great. They just like know where the enemies are gonna spawn and immediately use Sigvors. Beautiful. Oh, look at that MP. Oh, nice. I'm calling it right now. Maximize Conservation is by far one of the best modules on Bunny. I'm calling it. Why? Because it makes it so that speed of light lasts longer because you're using less MP while using it. Like, that's amazing. The worst feeling while playing Bunny is using speed of light and then just like it immediately ending because you don't have any MP. Your goal as Bunny is to just make it so you can run around infinitely using speed of light and lightning emission. Without it ever going down. I'm just gonna nuke the boss. Okay, hold on, we need to get their ads done. Here we go. Hold on, we need to wait for their next phase. That is the true though. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That's the fastest seed vault I've ever done. 5 minutes and 11 seconds. The people we were playing with knew exactly what they were doing. Like, there was someone on our team using Sigvors that was basically placing grenades right where enemies were spawning as they were spawning. Like, I'm telling you, that's what it's going to come down to. People are going to refine that meta down to the point where they know exactly where to stand at which point and what to use. But we're jumping back between the Asylum and Seed Vault. We did Caligo one time, and we immediately got Sharon's code. So, as for the RNG in the game, there is something that's starting to get pretty suspect in the drop rates. Because the fact that I got Sharon code second try on Caligo, the 20% drop chance, and then I haven't gotten Sharon enhanced cells. Yeah, you need to reach this point as fast as possible, and then you're good. And then they start spawning, and then you're good. But yeah, the Red Wolf is gonna rapidly become my favorite weapon. And I'm gonna say why. It's because the rate at which we can fire the rate at which we can move while we're firing. Like, look at this. It doesn't impact our move speed. Right? We just always have lightning emission up. And we just always... Like, look at this. Oh, I just missed it. There we go. Oh, I timed it wrong. That's a difficult jump. Timing that is very difficult. But as for the speedrun is dead now. No. Do we just keep getting damaged if we... I'm abandoning. The speedrun is dead. So we need to get past that last point, and then we're good. We tried. It's always worth trying to speedrun. Now we just sit here for probably like 2 minutes, pretty much. But yeah, as for this area, we just need to make sure enemies don't actually stand in here, and then we're good. I do need to use the sniper rifle for my daily challenge. Impact rounds, yeah. So I will primarily stick to this. I think we do have a... Yeah, recoil, firearm, crit rate. I don't care about that at all. We'll check gear after this. The launchers are actually strong, but you can clearly tell that yeah, we need to just use impact rounds. You can clearly tell that they're like a one-off. You know what I mean? Like, you break them out, you fire them once or twice, do an obscene amount of damage, and then switch to something else. They're really good for speedrunning bosses, clearly. I don't think that really needs to be said. If you break them out at the right time, like right at the end of a boss in their last phase, you can get a good amount of damage off. Which honestly, as far as fighting Pyromaniac goes, is making me think that, yeah, we should try to get a launcher that does chill damage, just for a huge nuke of damage, all at the same time. The Sharon grind is definitely a real part of the grind. I'm honestly surprised that they gave us Freyna so easily. Like, there are people who are still grinding for Freyna. Which is legit, don't get me wrong, but like, just putting that into perspective, the difference between the Freyna grind and the Sharon grind is pretty big. We did get the Sharon code though, so we are indeed making progress. Let's switch over to this. I forgot to reload it. Reload it. There we go. Get the massive nuke of damage off. Let's get this reloaded for their final phase. All right, final phase. There we go. Yeah, 8 minutes 27. Still no Sharon enhanced cells. So yeah, the Asylum takes between 8 and 9 minutes. Seed Vault can take anywhere between 5 to 7. Let's see. Yeah, that's how you get Spiral Catalyst. Seed Vaults is where you get enhanced cells. Those are the last two pieces that we need for Sharon. As for the drop rates, I have a sneaking suspicion that if I looked at the actual code of the game, that number is not 0.2. The fact that we just got Sharon code second try at Caligo, and I have done Seed Vault 10 times, you know what I mean? But yeah, we need to be looking out for ultimate attributes. I don't care about crit hit rate, critical hit rate. You may be looking at that and be like, oh my. Also, look at that. Critical hit rate 6.8%, critical hit rate 11.5%. Yeah, that's not consistent at all. We're looking for ultimate cold damage rolls. And none of those had any good rolls. The Red Wolf handgun, I don't know, where did that drop? I don't know where that actually dropped. Yeah, the Decimator is definitely interesting. But in order for it to have any value, you need to be defeating a lot of enemies. Yeah, between maximized duration and skill extension. See, here's the thing about duration, right? Duration does not impact speed of light. Like, if we look at these numbers, continuous MP cost 20.5 in 1 second. If I get rid of this entirely, it doesn't even change it at all. Right? So as far as that goes, maximize duration is only helping lightning emission, right? See how the 20-second duration, the 25.7-second cooldown. Now the duration is about the same as the cooldown. But that's not the problem I'm having primarily. I'm not waiting for lightning emission to finish its cooldown. There are times where I am, don't get me wrong. Most of the time, I'm looking for MP. So, skill cost, again, maximize conservation. I need to put more points into that. Let's go and do that. As far as like a good bunny build goes, I'm pretty sure maximize conservation is gonna be it. Dismantle duplicates. And let's try and get another point in. Maximize conservation. Yes, it is reducing our skill power, but I don't care. Again, I will trade skill power for skill cost. Any day. Because the problem I keep running into, if I don't have speed of light and lightning emission feeding back into one another, then it's doing 0 damage. So I'll take the reduction to skill power modifier if it means that I can have lightning emission up all the time. That is my general opinion on that. I don't know. So can I, I think I have to go, if I want to do Seed Vault, I think I have to go to that console over here. So yes, we do have to actually run. Let's get our research. And this is part of why I've been stacking phase exchangers and adjustment control axis. It's in the game for a reason. You can glide through up to level 65 and say, oh, the game is easy, the game is easy, the game is easy. Trust me, you are going to need these phase exchangers. The precision phase exchangers, the control axis, the ion accelerators we may actually consider, I actually may consider using on our current reactor for Bunny. I'm actually going to do that while we're here. Reactor enhancement, just a flat out skill power boost. And it uses, so for 2, it uses 44. For 1, it only uses 16. For another 150 skill power. But yeah, level 65, I'm not even gonna bother looking at these. This is gonna be worth it. Electric skill boost power ratio. Now, the additional skill attack when attacking Legion of Immortality, I don't care about. The electric skill power boost ratio plus 6.2% is significant. And yes, I just see that as 6.2%. I don't do 0.062x. Like, yeah, no, it's the same fucking thing. Bam. So we have our reactor enhanced now. Our lightning emission is one of our main damage dealers at this point. No doubt. I don't know, was the Red Wolf dropping at Seed Vault or was it at Caliga? It may have been at Caliga. Because I don't remember getting that many from these locations. And all the meanwhile, just by the way, all the meanwhile, we are leveling up Bunny after having used the Spiral Catalyst. And by leveling Bunny, we're getting more MP, we're getting, yeah, what I should go and do is I should honestly get over here as fast as I can. The faster we do this, I sometimes hate the player collision in this game. Like, it's funny sometimes, for sure. Like, it definitely makes you feel like, yeah, we're playing with other people and, like, you collide with them. Like, you can feel it. But in moments like that, that just felt really bad. Like, I was mid-run with speed of light, and it's just like, oh, now you're moving as slow as your teammate. You just got blocked by your teammate, now you're moving as slow as your teammate. Please switch weapons. Yeah, that just happened to them too. Just saw that. They were doing speed of light, and then I blocked them. I did see that happen. Oh. That spot right there that I just ran through is prime speedrun spot. A way to shave off time. Boss time. Let's reload this thing. Alright, second phase. We need to kill all these guys. And then switch to this. There we go. We'll get it reloaded one more time. Get that burst off. And then we can use our zap to just instantly wreck them. Nice. And we got the enhanced cells. So after 12 attempts, we finally got the enhanced cells. Thank you, RNG. Thank you. I think as far as rolling the dice on a 20% drop goes, 12 times is a lot. But if I get it on the 12th try, then I'm fine with it. So we have 3 of the 4 Sharon pieces now. 13 times. 13 times. I know it's 13 times because you get this amorphous material pattern as a 100% drop chance. Yes, 13 times. Yeah, using the vestigial organ to just slam the boss right at the end is pretty hilarious. I don't think the rounds per magazine on this is actually doing anything. The only thing I saw was the toxic attack and the explosive attack. That's it. Oh, here's another red wolf. Let me see. Weak point damage, electric attack for Bunny, and damage versus Colossus. I might actually use transmission on this. Just because of the electric attack. Let me check how many... Hold on. Let's get rid of everything. Except for these. Let's check for ultimate rolls. Hipfire accuracy is useless because there is no difference between your accuracy, your move speed when you're aiming in with this or not. So if you're hip firing it, like whatever, it's a pistol anyway. All right, we're good. Okay, let's check out how many. I want to see how many regular phase exchangers I have. I'm pretty sure it costs 1 phase exchanger. We'll find out very, very shortly. So what I want to do is weapon level transmission. on the Red Wolf with the vestigial organ. It costs 4. It takes 4 phase exchangers. Let's just do it. We're gonna use it, so if we're gonna use it, it's worth it. Boom, junk that, get rid of it, bye-bye. And as far as this goes, I'm harding it. There's a bug in the game where if you transmit a weapon, all of the attributes turn gray for some reason. But just to confirm, we are indeed getting the electric attack and everything else. Oh, you know what? So here's the thing. This has just clicked with me. It's not a bug. It just clicked with me. Because this is now level 65, all of those rolls in terms of level 65 are really bad. So to put that into... Okay. That is what wasn't clicking with me earlier. When you use a phase exchanger on a weapon, it does not upgrade the rolls, the attributes. The electric attack, for instance, on this one is still 84. Right? So I just used 4 phase exchangers on this to get it to level 65. But now if I want high level 65 rolls, attributes, I have to then also use weapon readjustment, which luckily only takes 1 adjustment control axis. Yeah, all of those are trash. So again, yeah, the chill attack we will take. The chill attack we will take. But the transmission is a dice roll in this game. And as for, again, they don't scale. The rolls don't scale. So if we want to buff the chill attack or anything else on this, you have to roll the dice on it. If you transmit a weapon up to a level that you want, you have to also readjust it in order to roll attributes that are in relation to its current level. Sure, I'll take this. I don't want to go burn through all of our adjustment control axes. And yes, I know that's fire damage, and we're going to need to fight the pyromaniac, but I do not want to burn through all of our... It's a trap, is what it is. You know what I'd much rather do? Play the game and get more level 65 drops. That's what I would much rather do. But yes, the 4 phase exchangers, it's deceiving because it's like, oh yeah, 1 phase exchanger, you can buff a level 20 weapon to level 65. No, it costs 4. It costs 4. Ultimate weapon only takes 1 fine-tuned phase exchanger, right? Precision phase exchanger. Yeah. But we're holding on to our precision phase exchangers because I'm calling it, that is going to be, that's the end game. That's effectively building up for the end game, right? These 13 precision phase exchangers that I have, like, we're stacking these for a reason. And on stream just now, we just used like 3 of these in order to reroll on our non-ultimate weapons. But yes, now the only thing we need to do is grind for, in terms of Sharon, we just need the spiral catalyst. And to confirm that while we're here at Anais, just to confirm it, Yes, we just need the Sharon spiral catalyst. And this is why I say it's a relatively linear progression in the game, because Sharon is an example of a Descendant where you do not need to research each individual piece. Whereas, for instance, Glay, if you look at this, this has research, this is a research material, right? You need monad shard, silicon, cooling metallic foil, and the Glay enhanced cells blueprint in order to get the Glay enhanced cells. Whereas with Sharon, all you need is the Sharon enhanced cells, right? That is the same for Bunny, right? It's the same for Freyna, and it is the same for Sharon and for Blair. So as far as the others go, Lepic, Valby, Kyle, I don't think there's another Descendant. I know, I'm not even going to look at the ultimates. I know the ultimates are, they're all going to be very difficult to get. But yes, as far as I can tell, okay, no, Viesa as well. So the first 4 Descendants that you are going to want to try to unlock are going to be obviously Bunny. If you do the main quest, you unlock Bunny. You're gonna get Bunny. Freyna is the next one, right? These you can all get from like lower level missions, and you don't need to craft them. You can just get Freyna. Then the Sharon grind starts getting quite real. That's gonna take some time, and then comes Blair, right? As far as I can tell, after Blair comes Valby, because, and I say that because the enhanced cells blueprint comes from the Executioner amorphous material pattern 16, which is relatively easy to get. The stabilizer comes from the Devourer amorphous material pattern 29 and from Echo Swamp. These are, what I'm trying to say is, Valby's blueprints are easier to obtain than, as far as I can tell at the current time, than any other Descendants, even including the starter Descendants. Valby is like, after we get Sharon, after we get Blair, Valby's going to be the ultra grind, because and I say the ultra grind because they cut Valby's, some of these only come from, no, it seems like Echo Swamp and Intercept. So they're Intercept battles, and there are missions where you can get these. But you can see we're going to need to do Intercept battles for this. So yes, that is what I wanted to go over that again very clearly. That there is a you could, if you really wanted to, just start grinding Jaber immediately. You could just start grinding Ultimate Viesa if you really wanted to. But there is a difficulty level associated with unlocking each individual Descendant in the game. Yes, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So we are now getting close to researching Sharon. Let's just quadruple check. We need Sharon spiral catalyst. Thus, we need to... We're in the asylum. The spiral catalyst is the last thing we need. And honestly, if we're talking about probability, it makes sense that the mission that takes the longest with the lowest probability of a drop is the last one that we need to get for Sharon. Which is all good. That's a part of it. But I'm just saying it makes sense. Speedrunning this one is definitely a little bit trickier. We need to make it to this point, and then we're good. Yeah. Level 30 on Bunny. The boss spawns right there. I don't think there's a way to, like, go ahead. I will be using this on the boss immediately. There we go. Oh, I got stuck on that. Feels so bad. But yes, as for this speedrun, this is the hardest part of the speedrun. We get up here, we go through here. And then this is probably the hardest part. Yeah, there we go. And then once you get past that, you hit this, and then you're good. See how it says moving in 3 seconds? So, our teammates, now we're on the point, all of our teammates spawn here now. That is the speedrun strat. And they put those laser beams there because they wanted to make it more difficult for players to just run through that. Yeah, the main goal here is to just stop them from getting on the objective. There is a spawn behind there. Yeah, I don't know if this one goes faster if we're all inside of it, honestly. I feel like the ones at Biolab definitely does. But it's debatable. The amount of impact rounds that drop is pretty reasonable. But in the Colossus battle, using the Sonic co-op is the Colossus battles don't drop as much ammo. So you need to keep that in mind using a really ammo-hungry weapon, especially on the Colossus battles. But yeah, we're making pretty good time on this one. I'm enjoying the progression. Even though it's gotten a little slower, it's honestly settling in very, very well. I think the developers did a good job of making it pretty smooth. Yeah, I'd say. Definitely hitting Pyromaniac is a little bit abrupt, but you start to feel it leading into getting Sharon and then Freyna, right? Freyna and then Sharon. You kind of start to feel it. You're like, yeah, these special operations, we're gonna need to repeat them. That's kind of a part of it. Yeah, they're already done. I think Viessa does particularly well against this boss because of their mechanics. And I think that they're weak to chill damage. Yeah, we also get yeah, superheated gun barrel is actually good. We're getting these dimensional bridge beam rifles, but that is something very important. Yeah, 6 minutes 27 seconds. So I've had this mission take upwards of 9 minutes. If you speedrun that one area and you have people who really know what they're doing with high level gear, you can get it down to 6 minutes. Like, you shave off a solid 3 minutes each time. But yes, to reiterate clearly, when you use a phase exchanger on a weapon, say like, oh, I have this level 20 weapon and I want it to be level 65 because I really like the attributes on it, the attributes do not scale. Just putting that clearly, it is not a bug in the game. It is indeed the case that when you upgrade something from level 20 and you're like, oh, it has a lot of electric attack or whatever, those attributes will not scale. Meaning, you will get that weapon up to level 65 from level 20. And then the attributes that you like so much will be still at level 20 scale. This is the speed run. Got it. Boom. Easy clap. Easy clappers. See, now it says moving, 3 seconds. All of my teammates are... I don't know where my teammates are. But... let's see if they realize that they have to stand in it. That section, if you run through it, you can shave off like a solid minute. A solid minute. It's what I highly recommend doing. Because if you're anything like me, you'll have to run the asylum 10 plus times. And if you're going to be running it 10 plus times, you know, every time you shave off a couple minutes, it adds up quite a bit. Fuck, man. Sometimes the grappling hook just gets me. Oh, we picked up a silly weeper. Nice. We'll have to check the... Well, again, I say I have to check the rolls. I need to keep reiterating that. The rolls do not scale. That is a very, very significant decision that the developers made. The best thing to do is to build yourself as strong as you possibly can to get through whatever what I'm saying is we're gonna need to do Biolab a bunch more. Potentially, we'll see. You want to build your character as strong as you can, and you want to grind the highest level of gear that you possibly can. Because when you use phase exchangers on your weapon, your lower level weapons, to get them up to higher levels, it does not scale the attributes. So the better thing to do, rather than use a ton of phase exchangers and use a ton of control axis, is it is better to get more drops at the highest level you possibly can. Right? Now, that progression is going to slow down even more, and that's really where I think the control axis and the phase exchangers are really going to come into play. Where, like, you're grinding the highest level of gear you can, and that gear gap is just too high to the point where, like, yeah, you really need to start refining your attribute rolls to maximize a specific damage type. That is when you're going to want to start using your control axis and phase exchangers. Yes, so the way the challenges on the Battle Pass work, there are 4 things that are pretty easily obtainable by just playing the game. And then there are 2 things that are a little bit more difficult to get. Yeah, we got a silly weeper. The firearm attack 7.5% is actually not good. I probably will use a phase exchanger on that. The flat 7.5% firearm attack damage is going to be what we are looking for. Now, I have one more level 65 weapon that we can use to get this up. And because this has fire attack on it, the Silly Weeper, you can just clearly see, does 20,000 damage per shot. Lower fire rate, lower rounds per mag, much more ammo efficient. And we did early on determine that your ammo does not scale. So like if I switch to the Silly Weeper, we're not going to get less ammo, right? Just because it has more damage per shot, right? More damage per shot, lower rounds per mag, lower fire rate. That does not mean we're going to get less ammo for it. We get the same amount of ammo, the same amount of impact rounds. So I am going to use another 4 phase exchangers on this in order to get this Silly Weeper up to level 65. As far as that being gray, I don't care. That firearm attack at 7.5%, I don't care. It's very, very clear as to why I'm interested in this thing. Right? And if you look at the damage fall off, you know, we need a scout rifle that's actually good. So we're going to be moving over to the Silly Weeper. When I first used that thing, Bobber, welcome back. About to have Bunny? Nice. Yeah, so Bunny you unlock alongside the main quest. I think Bunny is by far the best Descendant to use to progress. Once you get your first starter Descendant maxed out, my recommendation, you can do whatever you want. My recommendation is to use Bunny and maximize their lightning emission ability by reducing MP cost and maximizing your MP amount. That is by far the best way to continue to level. Yeah, I don't need this Sonic co-op anymore. And honestly, as far as like, so we use 4 phase exchangers to do that. 4 phase exchangers are pretty easy to come by. Like, we're just constantly researching. Look, 4 phase exchangers, super alloy, easy, done. We get tons of super alloy. I highly recommend constantly researching adjustment control axis and phase exchangers. And start with the 4X if you have the materials, and then if you have an extra research slot, go for whatever else you have materials for. And just always try to keep 5 things researching. But in the beginning, it definitely doesn't seem like you're like, oh, I'm not really going to use the phase exchangers. I'm not really going to use that. You're going to use them. Like, if you get to level 65 in this game, you're going to use them. So research them, start off strong, and continue researching those so you have a nice fat stack once you run into the level wall. All right, I think we're decent. This does fire damage. I'll hold on to it. Everything else, well, let's check. If we get some decent... The thing is, the attributes don't scale. That's kind of a part of the... Or at least they don't seem to scale. Right? Like, see how these are all gray? As for level 65, those attributes are not good. But we can't get a level 65 Silly Weeper. So that's what I want. I might use weapon transmission on this as well. Just so I can have a Silly Weeper. I'm thinking... I might bring a recipient unknown up to level 65 as well. Again, I'm getting trapped, man. I feel like I'm getting baited and trapped. I have to say, it's like... The difficulty of the Pyromancer is bait trap. Bait trap. Bonus firearm attack versus Colossus is something we were looking for. So, look, we'll take that roll. We're good. As far as the rest of this goes... This actually has chill attack on it. And yes, I know it does significantly less DPS. But, again, we went over earlier why the Red Wolf is one of the best weapons for Bunny. I think I'm a little bit stale on doing the Asylum over and over again. So I think we will take the 10 minutes to try Pyromaniac again. Let me check this. Yeah, let's try Pyromaniac again. We're feeling pretty strong at level 65. But this is the wall, ultimately. Like, we're not going to get level 66, level 67, level 68 weaponry. We need to break through this wall. So, we need to... It's rolling the dice. It's basically like rolling the dice on Sharon. I have to say... Like, we need to beat this boss. Like, yeah, we could continue rolling the dice on Sharon. And I will do that. We have one more piece for Sharon that we need. Oh, those were all misses. That was bad. Hold on. Did I forget to put freaking modules on this thing? Hold on. No, we're good. Oh my god, the reload time. If we don't get, so I'm gonna call it at, if we don't get their shield down by 7 minutes, then I'm going to just restart. Like, I'm just gonna flat out say it. But yes, the Silly Weeper is very difficult to use. How did I get hit by that, man? The Silly Weeper is difficult to use because the reload time is... I mean, we're hitting hard, right? It says we're doing fire damage. I forgot to change the modules on it. I messed up. At least we're doing toxic with this. Our lightning emission ability doesn't work on this boss. It just doesn't do anything. We need to rely on consistent damage from our assault rifle. It works on the Kingfishers. Our ability works on the Kingfishers. But I don't think it... No, it doesn't hit that. When it's in its immune phase, it doesn't hit it. Yeah, so we're getting close to that point again where it's becoming clear that we are not going to be able to beat this thing. And I don't want to sit through another 10 minutes. Immediately died. Yeah, we were not gonna get that anyway. Like, let's just be brutally honest, we were not gonna get that anyway. There are two things that I need to fix. I need to change the mods in this thing. Yeah, there we go. This thing chunks, it does, but we had the wrong mods in it. We were doing fire damage with it. This is doing chill. This is doing chill. This is kind of just like the nuke that we get off early on, and then we don't switch back to it. Yeah. So let's try again. The lightning emission ability does not work on this boss. But thankfully we didn't have to wait the full the full 10 minutes. That was only like 4 minutes. What? Did 2 people just leave? Yeah, they just left. Dude, that's what it... this is not good, honestly. The devs... this is going to be a content wall. The devs are messing up by doing this. If this content wall is that strong that people are going to start leaving, that's bad. There needs to be some detriment. Like, I'm willing to try, okay? I know that this takes 10 minutes. I'm willing to invest that, giving it a try. But if people are going to leave instantly and there's no detriment to leaving, that is something that the devs need to take a look at. You need to make a cool... if you leave an intercept battle intentionally, but then people are just going to grief and die intentionally anyway. It's rough. It's hard. That's hard. Ammo runs out so quick? Yes. That's one main draw for the character Enza, is that they have there we go. That's all of our ammo for our heavy ammo weapon. We just need to keep slamming their shoulder as much as possible. So they're standing on top of that. It does seem like there is something to standing on top of shit. While it's still alive, at least. Need to hit their other shoulder now. All right, we have to aim for the kingfishers. It's so annoying. Birds, but we have to because they regen their. I think the silly weeper is actually going to be. Bro, it's so hard to hit them. There we go. Bunny's abilities are only good for taking out the kingfishers. That's it. That's it. Oh my god. This assault rifle is like the best consistent DPS weapon that we have. Get wrecked. Why did it just stop firing? Alright, they're in immune phase now. It's extremely difficult to get damage off on them when they're in this phase. You pretty much have to snipe their back. Yeah, Balbi just went down right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get Balbi up there. Dude, I should be using my... Never mind. Get aggroed the second I try and go and do that. I need to be using my lightning emission to take out the ads. All right, we have their shield down. We have 5 minutes now. I know they're resistant to electric, but we have no option but to use okay, we found purple ammo. We need to be getting hits on them, like we have to. Am I out of ammo? No, we're good. Why did my gun stop firing? Oh my god, it's gonna be so close. I can't hit them from this angle. Oh my. It's gonna be so close, dude. The hummingbirds, man. Nobody's shooting the hummingbirds, the kingfishers. Damn. How did that not do damage? What? Oh my, get me out of here. They went immune phase right at the end, dude. 10%. Come on, bro. No way. No way. No way. 5% HP, bro. Is there ammo conversion modules? Yes. There are. The general rounds is by far the easiest to obtain, in my experience. You will find general rounds much easier than any other type of rounds. As far as the high-powered purple rounds go, good luck. They are like as rare as Sharon drops. I found maybe one purple drop in that last boss fight. One purple ammo drop. So I was able to use this launcher like once or twice. That is what the launchers and the high-powered rounds are built for, right? Like you have your general rounds, your high-powered rounds, and your impact rounds. And when it comes to the and you have your special rounds as well. We don't have any special round weapons because all of them are like burst fire weapons and beam weapons, and I can't. You primarily want to rely on general rounds for a majority of your consistent DPS. Then what you want to do is rely on impact rounds for a scout rifle, for instance, because the damage fall off on this is much longer than this, or slightly longer than this. So if I'm at long range, I can switch to the Silly Weeper. It has a red dot sight on it. It's easier to land precise shots. We can switch between this and this. If the Colossus or enemies are far away, this is the thing that I switch to. Beyond that, you have your high power rounds and your, what are they called? Special, I think it's special rounds, right? Yeah, your special rounds. These are your beam weapons and your burst fire weapons. These are kind of an in-between, harder to use, closer range. I don't like the burst fire weapons. I do like the beam weapons, but the beam weapons have a hard cutoff. So after a certain range, you just will not do any damage. But yes, the high-powered rounds are extremely rare. You do not... They're more like for flavor, right? Like you want to get that burst of damage off right in the beginning or right at the end. Break out the launcher, slam them with the 4 rounds, 8 rounds, and then you're good. and then you go back to your general rounds. But yes, we were down to like 5% on that, dude. It feels like time robbery. Like, I don't like that, man. But yes, that's the 4th time I've done the Pyromaniac. 40 minutes. And at the end of every single 10-minute period, we're at like 10% HP remaining, and then it goes like invulnerable mode. The devs need to think about that. They really need to think about that, because I'm going to call it right now, most people are going to hit Pyromaniac, right? And unless they like have a group of really hardcore friends to play with, or they paid to progress, it's going to be a point of stickiness for most players. And yeah, I get it. They're strong versus electric. Obviously, I think Devourer's very weak. Deadbry's normal. Executioner's very strong versus electric. I'm pretty sure I beat Executioner while using Viessa. Stunning Beauty, very strong versus electric. So it's not like I just hit one that's just strong to electric just now. It's like, no, the Pyromaniac is actually a difficult boss. The level jump isn't just 10 levels, it's 12 levels. And then the next jump is 16 levels. Swamp Walker. But it gets to the point where it's like, okay, what was I doing wrong that run, you know? This is by far my bread and butter. This thing clacks. Having a bread and butter clack. And by clack, I know that's like a ridiculous term. I love the sound of this thing. The Eternal Willpower is becoming one of my favorite weapons in the game. If we're constantly hitting weak points on their shoulders and their chest and their back, then this is definitely good. We have the chill enhancement on it. Unfortunately, I mean, I could re-roll this. Given the current content gap that we're stuck at, 65, like you can tell we're using 365 level weapons. Our reactor is level 65. Yeah. We need to get Bunny max level. We'll do one run of the Kingston, or we can do more Sharon. I would like to get Sharon. But yeah, Pyromaniac is the wall. And this is coming from someone who has 400 hours in Warframe. Like, I don't want to boast or say, like, I'm really good at video games, but this is the content wall. For the average player, the Pyromaniac is going to be one of the hardest things, one of the first truly difficult things that they come across, being the fact that you do it for 10 minutes. If you run out of time, you get nothing in that 10-minute period that's going to help you the next time. That's what I mean by difficult, right? So yes, let's do. I'm gonna re-roll. Let's re-roll. So okay. The only thing that we can do at this current time in the game is currently re-roll our best weapons, right? The Silly Weeper, the Eternal Willpower, in order to get the rolls that give us chill attack, which is what the Pyromaniac is weak to, right? That is all we can do. Aside from that, that's all we can do in terms of the progression. Yes. Now, this is another thing in the game that I'm wondering about. If I lock this toxic attack, does that stop me from being able to get, say, chill attack on it as well? Right? They're things I don't know about the reroll system in the game. If I lock that and then re-roll it again, this is what it is. Like, we're getting electric attack. That's not what we need. This is what it comes down to. And it's sticky. It's like, okay, if I do Pyromaniac again, am I going to waste another 10 minutes of my time? Or am I going to get something that actually helps progress my damage? So I'm starting to get a little bit sticky. I think we try to finish unlocking Sharon by doing the Asylum again. Like, I'm sure you can tell, like, yes. And I'm calling it right now. Every player who reaches this point in the game is going to hit this point. Yes. Like, I'm at the point where I'm rolling chill attack on a level 65 weapon to get as much damage on the Pyromaniac as possible, because I can't get a weapon that's higher than level 65. Right? There's nothing I can do in the game to get a weapon that's higher than level 65. It is a content wall. Yeah, I have the module capacity maxed out on that thing as well. I don't know why. So on this thing, I don't know why I put points into this. I really don't understand the thought process. As for Bunny's lightning emission ability, it doesn't help. Now, Bunny's ultimate ability actually still chunks. Like, we're hitting for like 30,000 something every tick. And I can see that. So when we use our ultimate ability, we can get off a massive burst of damage, which involves using electricity, which we get from movement. So maximize conservation is still the best module by far. Yeah, we have all of these at the point where any upgrade is going to cost 15,000 Kuiper shards. But yeah, I don't want to use all of my adjustment control axis in order to reroll stuff. And here's another thing. If you lock this in and you reroll it and you don't get what you want with the 3 others, you're going to have to lock it again and then reroll it again. There's no way to just pay to lock something, right? Like, I want to be able to pay 10 adjustment control axes to lock this thing, but you can't. Stat rolling might be the only thing, or using different weapon modules. Yes. Yeah, we switched over to chill attack. But I'm trying to gear this thing to be... Yeah, I just got 2 of the same rolls. We got electric attack 3 times. There. We'll stick with firearm attack and toxic. Fine. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. Great. We got a good roll. Clap, clap. But this is it. This is it. So should we try the Pyromaniac again? And see, this is the thing, okay? If we beat the Pyromaniac, these are the rewards. I don't know which one we unlock first, whether it's Hagios or Fortress. But once we beat the Pyromaniac, we unlock the next map zone, right? And then by unlocking the next map zone, we can get higher level drops. And then at that point, once we get higher level drops, we can easily come back and do the Pyromaniac again. Yeah, I think we even have a fire resist mod. The problem with that is it takes up capacity. Have you tried zone difficulty? What do you mean by that? Oh, view other difficulty. Yeah, in order to get to hard mode, you need to complete all zone missions and the main quest. Yeah, I'm almost certain that there is no way to get higher drops than this mission, than Biolab. Like, until you beat the Pyromaniac, this is the highest level stuff you can possibly get. So in order to beat the Pyromaniac, you either need to grind drops at level 63, 4, and 5, or you need to use phase exchangers and control axis to buff your weapons that you currently have to be able to beat the Pyromaniac. So at this point, we have one more piece of Sharon to get. I think doing Pyromaniac another, like, we did it, what, 4 times this stream? 3 times this stream. It's pretty rough. It's a rough content wall because you don't get anything. And I say it's a content wall because you don't get anything fighting the Pyromaniac. You get nothing. It's like you'd think there would be some, like, thing that you would get by trying to do the Pyromaniac that would make it a little bit easier, but no. You need to use the phase exchangers, the control axis, and whatnot. I'm gonna leave it here. I will be coming back to this game. We still have one more Sharon piece to get, the Sharon Spiral Catalyst, which effectively means we need to do the Asylum, which at this point I think we've done about like eight or 9 times. I can actually check to see how many amorphous 0 to 9 we have. If I look, yes, I've done it 9 times. I know that because I have this many amorphous material patterns. This is a guaranteed drop from that mission. But yes, I will be on in the future, and there is stuff that we can still do to get up to the Pyromaniac, to beat the Pyromaniac. But it does, I'll say it flat out, it doesn't feel good. Getting down to, and it happened in the technical test as well, where you fight a Colossus, you get it down to 5%, and then the timer runs out and you get nothing. It's a little bit of like a choppy mechanic in the game. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm going to leave it here for now. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing. And I will be on in the future. Thank you.